I'm just going to show you some items. You want to take a look at the items that are in those bags.
Let me take them out of the bags.
Just so that you can examine them. In these bags, first the one labeled shingle with stain B, then the one labeled shingle with stain C, and then the third shingle with stain D. Are these the shingles that you observed those stains on June 15, 2023?
Yes, they are.
I would move to admit these 3 items as the next.
All right, they may be admitted.
And Ms. Harden, fair to say those shingles were then collected, brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes, I also collected swabs at the scene from each of those shingles, in addition to collecting the shingles themselves.
Now, turning to your other role at the lab, working in the criminalistics unit, did you also perform criminalistics testing in relation to this case?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say, for items that were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, 2023, you did some confirmatory testing on several of those items.
Yes, that's correct.
And what items did you do confirmatory testing on?
I performed confirmatory testing on some of the swabs that were collected from the home. I believe those swabs collected from stain A. I would have to check my notes specifically for the stains.
That's okay. Let's just kind of go through some of the areas of the house first. So as far as the stains that we discovered or that we talked about previously, stain A on the basement floor, that was item 3-3. Stain B on the bedroom floor, that cluster, that's items 3-4, correct?
Correct.
Stain D from the bedroom windowsill, that was labeled as item 3-6, correct?
Correct.
And stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard, item 3-8. Those were all confirmed at the laboratory to be blood.
That is correct.
And again, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that there's always a screen, and then that you can't make a determination of the substance until a confirmatory test is done, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is a process that you do at the lab.
Yes, correct.
And as far as the knife that we just were referring to, the knife that was recovered, what's in Exhibit 170, you were able to examine that further, or swabs taken from that knife at the lab.
That's correct.
And confirm that what you say was stain A on the blade of that knife was confirmed to be blood.
Yes, I performed the screening test as well as the confirmatory test for blood on stain A at the laboratory.
Now, once you are in the laboratory and determine that blood is confirmed on these particular items, or that there is biological substance present, do you do anything to prepare those items for further testing in a different unit of the lab?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
For the swabs that I collected and for the swabbings that I took of the knife, I then cut them up, give them a separate item number and preserve those for potential DNA analysis. Half of the samples also preserved for any future analysis if necessary.
And fair to say it's a different unit at a different part of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab that conducts DNA testing, correct?
That's correct.
And so if some of the items that you examined are selected for further testing, those swabbings or further snippets would then be sent to the DNA unit.
That's correct.
Now, as it pertains to some of the other items that were collected from 47 Summer Street, you also did some work on 3 exercise bands, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in relation to the 3 exercise bands that were collected?
After documenting them in the lab, I took samples from each of the ends of the exercise bands, as well as a separate sample from the center of each of the exercise bands.
Okay. And so the first band, which is identified as a yellow exercise band, had previously been identified as item 2-2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so did you take samples from both the ends and the middle of that item?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to approach with a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And in addition to actually taking the swabs, you also document the item that you're analyzing and reviewing, correct?
Yes. Prior to performing any kind of collection or testing on an item, I'll photograph it.
And so this particular photograph, is it fair to say this is a photograph from your work at the laboratory with the yellow exercise band?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Hartnett, now showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 174, the yellow exercise band. You indicated that you took swabbings from around the handle areas, correct?
Correct.
And then the middle of the band.
That's correct.
Why didn't you swab the whole thing?
The purpose of the collection was to potentially determine who was holding or had contact with the ends of the band and who potentially had contact with the center of the band, potentially those being 2 different individuals. So I collected samples separate from the ends as in addition to the center.
And was your approach on each one of the bands the same?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the second band, which is the black band that was identified as item 2-3, you took samples again from the ends and the middle?
That's correct.
And I'm just going to show you another photograph. And is that the black band you examined?
Yes, it is.
That may be admitted.
And finally, the blue exercise band that was recovered from the home at 47 Summer Street, that was identified as item 2-4. Did you examine it in the same fashion, swabbing the ends in the middle?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Is that a photograph of the band when you were examining it at the lab?
Yes, it is.
Next.
All right, that may be admitted.
And as far as the swabbings that you took of each of these 3 exercise bands, what did you do with the swabbings after you swabbed the items?
I allowed the swabs to air dry. I gave them each a item number, and then I preserved half of each of the swabs for additional testing in the DNA unit.
And as far as your knowledge of some of the additional testing, you're aware that the exercise band swabbings were sent forward to the DNA unit for additional analysis, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Hadnett, you initially went into the home at 47 Summer Street. At what time that day? Was it in the evening, early morning hours?
It was the early morning hours of January 25th.
Okay. And you had somebody that was learning underneath you that was with you at that time?
That's correct.
And you went into the various areas of the house. You went down to the basement, right?
Yes.
You talked about the stain that you had taken swabs of that was on the carpet down in the basement, right?
That's correct.
And you went upstairs, and then ultimately you ended up in the bedroom, and you made observations of a number of blood drops, or red, brown, as you put it, drops on the floor, right?
There were numerous red brown stains on the floor, yes.
On the clothing, the bedclothes that were on the bed as well, right?
I do not believe I documented red brown stains on the clothing. It may have been there. I don't know if I have that in my notes.
How about the, on top of the nightstand, there was the knife that counsel had talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you look at the window, and there was a red-brown stain on the right-hand side of the window as you're looking outside from inside in the bedroom, right?
Yes, correct.
And you made observations of some of the markings on the shingles that were directly below the window and directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
Your confirmatory tests, and first of all, what you do is you have your screening tests. Back in the day, they used to, you use the orthotolidine. Do you still use that?
No, not this time.
Now you use what, crystalline? What do you use now?
It's called Tasselmeyer.
And the Tasselmeyer, basically, as I say, back in the day, it used to be that you would have vegetation that could give you a false positive, right?
Correct.
Certain chemicals could give you a false positive.
Correct.
Animal feces could give you a false positive, right?
Depending on what's in them, possibly, yes.
The test now that you have, the confirmatory test, is a lot more accurate, if you will, but still, nevertheless, I said confirmatory screening, but nevertheless, you still have to do a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And back in the day, it used to be Takayama test. What do you do for confirmatory now?
We use a test card, a human trace test card, which is something similar to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you just put the liquid in the beginning of the card, the liquid runs up, and if there's 2 lines, it's positive, and if it's only 1 line, it's negative.
That's not the Teichmann test, is it?
No.
Okay, so the confirmatory test that you use, that's a color test, though, right?
It's a immunographic test. It's an assay, so it's not really a color test where you add the drops to the swab and it's going to change color.
Okay.
It's a reaction that's happening within the test card between antibodies and antigens that produce either 2 lines or 1 line.
So let's take, for example, in the bedroom on the floor that counsel had shown you a number of drops that were in the floor between the bed and that mirror, right? You did confirmatory testing on that?
I did back at the lab. I screened it at the scene and then, confirmed it back at the lab.
And that confirmed that it was human blood?
It confirms that it's blood and it indicates human blood. There is
you have to do a precipitin test or something to determine if it's animal blood or human blood, right?
So the test card that we use indicates that it confirms that it's blood. It indicates human blood because it may react with primate blood. So it's not specific to human blood.
The bottom line is that you, as a chemist working for the Mass State Police investigating this case, are confirming that the stains that are on the floor of the bedroom, all the blood, all those stains are in fact human blood, right?
I'm confirming the single stain that I collected from is blood.
All right, and when you say the single stain, that would be you use the Q-tip and you swab it, and that would be from all of the stains that were all over the place on the floor, right?
I did not swab each individual stain. I took a swab from each collection of stains.
Okay, and that was human blood, confirmatory, indicating it was human, right?
It was confirmatory for blood and indicated human blood.
All right. Now, one of the exhibits that the district attorney had pointed out to you was the mirror. Exhibit 161. You remember that, the mirror?
Yes, I do.
Hey, you see those drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction? You see those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red-brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay, and you're comfortable that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab, so I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene. I did not perform any confirmatory tests on that specific stain back at the lab.
Well, there's no doubt that the stains that are depicted on the full-length mirror that we can see in Exhibit 161 and the stains that were on the floor next to the bed and the stains that were on the floor in front of the bed heading towards the door, all with the same consistency, right?
I didn't make any determination whether or not they were all the same consistency.
Human blood?
I did not make a determination that they were human blood, so based on the scientific results, I cannot say that they were human blood.
As a chemist and involved in crime scenes many, many times, would you agree that the substance that's on the floor and the substance that's in the mirror and the substance that's on the doorknob and the drops that are heading out of the bedroom, those in fact, more probable than not, would be human blood, right?
I do make certain assumptions based on the color of a stain, the size, the shape of the stain, that it could potentially be blood, and that would indicate what I might want to test further. So I don't make an assumption off the bat that it's going to be human blood. That's why we perform scientific testing to screen for blood and then to confirm it's blood.
Okay. So this here, you indicated was some type of insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
And it's a little difficult to see with the, see that there? Above the little orange, looks like a little balloon, but let's say it's insulation, or let's say it's something for bugs. You see the red substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was, though, to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them, and you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less, so I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes,
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
that's correct.
Right. So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit a question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
All right. And then, you can look at that. And then you'd agree with me that what you noted appeared to be dark?
Yes.
It would almost be like bat guano for that matter. We don't know what it is, right?
No, I cannot make determination what it was. Like, I just performed a screening test, so I could not confirm it was blood. They just screamed positive for blood.
Do you remember there was a red-brown stain on the doorknob of the bedroom from the inside of the bedroom going out? Did you notice that?
Potentially I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
That's all I have.
All right. Call multi redirect.
Just briefly, you were attempting to explain why you did not perform confirmatory testing on the shingles. Can you explain that to the jury?
Because I could no longer see the red-brown stain, and it just appeared more of a darker stain, a lighter stain that I had previously saw at the scene. Given that material, whatever it was on the shingle, may have been limited, performing a confirmatory test is using up additional material to perform that test. So given that it was already potentially limited due to the conditions and the time that had passed and the fact that I could no longer see the red-brown stain, I simply performed the screening test, and once that was positive, I took a swab and just preserved it. I did not perform any more testing in the lab on that swab.
And is that because you would need something to forward on to DNA if you wanted additional testing to be done?
Correct. I would have had to use up a portion of that sample to perform the confirmatory test, and I didn't think that that was in the best interest of the case, given the fact that the material may already have been limited.
And you indicated that you had previously seen those red-brown stains in those same areas that you swabbed and the shingles were collected back in January, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right. Thank you. Please step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Buckingham?
The Commonwealth would call Jonathan O'Loughlin.
Good afternoon, sir. I'd like you to raise your right hand for the clerk.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and the majority of the matter on the law that I will shall give to the head. Thank you, sir. You can take a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Jonathan. My last name is O'Loughlin.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
O'Loughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper?
Hired in October of 2011.
And what is your current assignment with the state police?
Right now, I work in the Division of Field Services, and I'm assigned to the State Police Logan Airport Barracks.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment with the state police then?
I worked in Crime Scene Services section.
And how long had you worked in crime scene services?
I started in February of 2020.
And when did you move to your new assignment?
I left crime scene in October of 2023.
So do you undergo specific training as a trooper to work in that crime scene services section?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you get?
So we did an internal training in the lab, the crime lab. A lot of it was, the beginning was reading about crime scene processing and fingerprinting, and then it would move on to doing mock cases, following other crime scene services members around to observe, and then it went on to do a competency test where you would process a mock scene, develop fingerprints, and analyze them. It kind of pulled it all together. And then that would go on to a quality assurance program within the lab, and they would determine if you were qualified to be on call.
And what things do you do as a crime scene services trooper? What are your responsibilities?
So we respond to all different types of crime scenes. At every single crime scene, the main thing you do at every scene, no matter what it is document the scene with photographs. Depending on the type of scene you're at, you may also document the scene with video. You may also sketch the scene by hand. Then also you may collect items of evidence to be processed later, or you may even process items at the scene. What you're processing for is fingerprints. You try to develop fingerprints. If there are any, you can do fingerprint analysis and try to determine whose fingerprints are on the items of evidence.
And that can be done at a crime scene, but it also can be done back at the crime laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Depending on the item and where it was located.
Yes.
As far as your response to particular scenes, do you often go out to crime scenes in tandem with or with a crime scene response unit investigator, forensic scientist?
Yes.
And you indicated that one of the first things and one of the main things you do is document scenes. Is it best practice to be kind of that first in after a scene is secured to document the scene as it appeared?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So when you respond to a scene, usually the town that you respond to, the local police department will secure the scene, which means they don't allow anyone in to disrupt the scene until you get there. Then you start with photographing the exterior of the residence, and then you walk in and just document the entire scene room by room as it is.
And after that's done, do you kind of go back through and highlight or identify in any way particular things that may be relevant to the investigation of
Yes.
the crime scene you're responding to?
Yes.
And how do you identify in the documentation items that might have some relevance or evidentiary value?
So some items might kind of be obvious if they're involved in the crime that are still there. Those you want to document further. And sometimes a detective unit or a member will ask you to document another piece of evidence that they would like collected or they would like further looked at.
And you indicated that with crime scene services, you respond to all different kinds of scenes and all different types of law enforcement. So sometimes do you work with the local city or town departments?
Yes.
And in investigations where a death has occurred, who are the primary law enforcement that you're working with?
So there will be local, and there will also be the county state police detective unit will also respond for any death investigation.
Now, when you are processing a scene or documenting a scene, do you do anything to identify and highlight the items that have been either pointed out to you or that you've seen that could have value in the case?
Yes.
What do you do?
So with those, we put what's called placards, and placards are pieces of plastic that have numbers on them. That way, when you're going through the photos, you can refer to them as placard 1, placard 2, and so on and so forth.
And as far as further processing the scene between yourself and the crime scene response, are some items sometimes collected by either yourself or the crime scene response unit?
Yes.
And when you collect an item, do you identify it in some other way?
Yes, when you collect an item and it's put into evidence in the lab, it's given a lab number. The lab number doesn't have to match up with the placard number. The placard's simply for your photos, and then the lab number is the number that will be associated with that piece of evidence all through the crime lab process, all the way through the trial.
And when you go to crime scenes for inside houses, for instance, is it oftentimes the case that you're processing the crime scene at the same time investigators are getting into a location with a search warrant?
Yes.
And so when that's the circumstance, do you photograph and document everything that you can?
I'm sorry, can you
Sure, I can.
repeat that?
That's a bad question. When you are with kind of the local law enforcement, do you document things oftentimes that maybe you don't collect and take back to the lab, or the forensic scientist doesn't, but might have value or relevance to the police?
Yes.
And in those instances, they're not assigned those same item numbers, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall going or being called out to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I do.
And what was your role on that scene?
So the role was Plymouth State Police Detective Unit had been called out to what was reported as a homicide at that address. So we were called out to document the scene and collect any items of evidence that needed to be processed.
Now, in relation to this particular investigation, when you arrived there, had the state police and the Duxbury police already secured the home?
Yes.
And again, in this situation, were you arriving and going into the home at the same time that a search warrant was being executed?
Yes, we waited for the search warrant to be signed, brought to the scene, and then photographed the search warrant, and then we started documenting the scene.
And fair to say, in this case, there were a number of items that were identified by your unit by the placards.
Yes.
And if I tell you that you documented 8 specific placards at the crime scene on that particular day, does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Including a brown belt, some exercise bands, 3 in particular, a pair of red pajamas, a pink sweatshirt or a robe, a pink piece of clothing, a knife with a black handle, and a phone. Do
Yes.
those sound right?
It does.
And I won't go through each and every item because we've seen several of those items before, but just in particular, as it relates to placards 7 and 8, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at some photos, okay?
Okay.
So I'm showing you a photograph of placard 7. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is the placard 7? What was that to highlight or depict?
That was a knife covering a red-brown stain found in the upstairs master bedroom.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'm showing you another photograph with depicting placard number 8. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And that was a cell phone that was also noted in your documentation of the scene, correct?
Yes.
That may be admitted.
Now, as far as collecting of particular items on this scene, you're aware that there were several of the placarded items that were collected by crime scene services to take back to the lab.
Yes.
And fair to say the yellow exercise band at placard number 2, the black exercise band at placard number 3, the blue exercise band at placard number 4, the red pajamas, and the silver knife with the black handle were all collected.
Yes, I believe the red pajamas were collected by the crime scene response unit.
Okay. Do you recall collecting the knife?
Yes.
Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene response? Or excuse me.
There's no objection to any of this physical evidence being introduced.
You just, that's all right. I'm going to allow this line of inquiry just to kind of put things in perspective. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene services as opposed to the crime scene response?
So we would collect the knife because that would be an item that would be processed for fingerprints at the lab.
And based on your training and experience, fingerprint analysis, is that something that should happen before any other biological testing?
Yes.
And why is that?
So fingerprints are extremely fragile. Anything that the forensic scientist would do would destroy any fingerprints that may or may not be, that may be on a item of evidence.
Okay. And so I'm just going to approach and show you an item. Familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that the knife that you collected that was located at placard number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. I would move to admit this as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, that knife was brought back to the crime lab, to your unit?
Yes.
And in addition to the knife, did you also bring back the exercise bands?
Yes.
As far as your analysis of those items for fingerprints, what did you do to try to identify if there was anything on them?
So when we're examining for fingerprints, we're looking for latent prints, which are fingerprints that aren't necessarily visible to the naked eye. Therefore, chemicals must be applied to bring it out to make them visible. Those are non-porous items. So for those, we would use, it's commonly referred to, what was cyanoacrylate ester. It's more commonly known as superglue. And we put them in a chamber with the superglue. The superglue is heated. There's water, so there's humidity in this chamber. The entire chamber fills with superglue fume. So it adheres to anything fingerprint related on those items. Once the chamber is cleared of the fumes, you open it, and then you can now see if there are any fingerprints on there.
Is it fair
And
to say?
that also hardens and preserves the fingerprints on the items of evidence for further testing if needed.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you touch an item and leave some remnants of a fingerprint, it's the oils and everything that are on your finger that leave the impression on the item?
Yes.
And so are there things that can affect whether you actually get enough information to analyze a fingerprint?
Yes.
What kinds of things can influence that?
So it could be the texture of the actual object itself. It could also be environmental factors. If there's low humidity, it could be if there's the person touching the item might not have residue on their hands. There's also movement can affect fingerprints. The strength, the grip on an item also affects that, as well as they could be wiped off because fingerprints, like I said, are very, very, very fragile.
Okay, and so is it oftentimes the case that you analyze for a print and don't find anything of value?
Yes.
And so as it pertains to these items that you reviewed, the knife, the exercise bands, can you tell us what your findings were when it came to the knife?
Yes, the knife did have limited detail, meaning that there were areas of friction ridge impressions, which is that's what we've referred to fingerprints, is the friction ridge skin is the skin that covers your palms and your fingers and your toes and your feet. The friction ridge skin is what leaves the impression on an object. So there was an area of friction ridge impression on that knife. Mm-hmm. So it was photographed further and given an item number. Upon further analysis, there was not enough detail to do a comparison.
So when you photograph it for further analysis, why do you do that?
Do that in order to take a deeper look to see if there was enough characteristics or minutia to do a comparison to a known print.
So with a photograph, you can enhance it and look at it closer, correct?
Correct.
But after doing that, were you able to make any sort of opinions about that area on the knife?
Yes, there was not enough characteristics or minutia to do any comparison, so it was deemed no value.
And as far as the exercise bands, fair to say you also did the same and examined those to try to identify if they had any friction ridge detail or anything of value that you could conduct a comparison on, right?
Yes.
And was there any on either the yellow band, the black band, or the blue band?
No, there was not enough to do, no value.
And after you're done looking for these delicate fingerprints, what do you do with the items next?
So the items are repackaged, and they moved on to the forensic scientists to do their testing.
And usually that's the criminalistics unit first, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, as we discussed, you were also documenting as state police were executing a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And you did that again with additional photographs?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple photographs, if that's okay. 3 photographs. That's the first one. It's a little hard to see, but do you see an item depicted in there? A square item?
I'm sorry, where exactly do you?
Well, do you see that this photograph, a little washed out, but it depicts an area of the home?
Yes.
Or an item in the home?
Oh, yes.
The dresser?
Yes. Oh, yes, the dresser.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have another photograph with a drawer open. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And then a third one, with an action item pulled out.
Yes.
And fair to say, when you're photographing things as they're found, you photograph where it comes from, as it's being examined, and then the item in and of itself.
Yes.
So these 3 photographs, would they depict the location of a brown journal?
Yes.
Okay, I would move to admit these as the next.
All right, those may be admitted.
And Sir, as far as the dresser, that was located in the basement of the home, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the item that was collected was not collected by you or the crime scene response trooper, but in fact by the State Police Detectives Unit, to your knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Reddington.
So basically, how long is your course that you take to become a crime scene technician for the state police?
So before you're certified for fingerprints, it's usually about a year.
So you're working in that crime scene services unit for a year while you're going to the school for it?
Yes, it's more of an internal training. You don't go to a specific school,
Okay.
but yes.
So you told us about your training. You told us about your experience. You told us about fingerprints. You told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant. And then you told us about looking at the photographs and the items that would depict friction ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
So then you're talking about, as the state police investigating this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us about. Well, how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
Pictures, right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom and if I found a bunch of drugs, in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen, and I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about, you would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
Never saw that, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Right. Redirect? All right. Thank you, sir. You sit down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Hillary Griffiths as its next witness, please.
Good afternoon. Will you stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury will have an outcome between the client? Thank you. You may have a seat, miss.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Counsel.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Hillary Griffiths,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Griffiths.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist in the toxicology unit
How long have you been with the state police?
for 21 years.
And have you spent your entire career in the toxicology unit, or have you worked in other units?
Initially, I worked in the DNA unit and then in the Office of Alcohol Testing, but I have been in the toxicology unit since 2011.
What does the toxicology unit do at the crime lab?
We test biological specimens, primarily blood and urine and some other sample types, for the presence of drugs, alcohol, and some poisons to aid in criminal and legal investigations.
Where does the samples, the blood and urine, come from before it gets to your lab?
They could come from often hospital collections of blood and urine. Occasionally, urine samples can be collected from a defendant at a police station. Also, we receive samples from the medical examiner's office.
So normally it comes through some law enforcement channel, right?
Yes.
And sometimes through the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
You don't have any direct involvement in the collection of the blood or urine from an individual, correct?
Correct.
You're just looking at the blood itself
Yes.
or the urine.
Yes.
Okay, so what kinds of testing is done in the toxicology unit? You mentioned alcohol and drugs and poison. So how does the toxicology unit handle those things?
We initially screen samples following a particular testing strategy depending on case type. And we will screen samples and then confirm whatever is found positive in the screening using a second methodology or repeating the initial methodology using a variety of different techniques.
And when a sample comes to your unit, can you explain to us how the personnel in that unit divides up the work?
Yes. Our samples are tested in a batch system. So each analyst is assigned a particular task for the month. And then any case that requires that test during that month is performed by that individual. So often cases could need anywhere from 3 to 10 different tests to be done. And so different individuals will conduct each different test.
And for any given case or any different lab number, is there an analyst that's kind of assigned at the end of it all to digest or analyze all of the data?
Yes. When all of the testing is completed for a case, an analyst takes responsibility for that case, and they will review all of the raw data that's generated by the different analysts involved. They'll review the case specific information, like the police report, the documentation on the evidence itself. They'll assess the case as a whole, and they'll generate a report containing their findings.
And do you receive some sort of specialized training to be part of the toxicology unit?
Yes.
And what training do you receive?
When I began working in the toxicology unit, I participated in approximately a year-long training program where I conducted literature reviews, attended lectures, to learn the theory behind the testing and the testing process itself, as well as the interpretation of the results. And then I practiced each of the techniques on mock cases, and then took tests to ensure that I understood the logic and the background behind the testing. I understood the interpretation, and I was able to test these mock cases and get the correct results prior to performing those methods on casework samples.
And you described to us that the work is done in a batch flow process so that you could be doing different things at various points. Are you trained to do each part of the process?
Yes.
And so ultimately you could interpret, but you don't always interpret with every single case that you work on.
Correct.
Now, in the toxicology unit, you mentioned that there are screening tests and there are confirmatory tests, and those are usually assigned differently in this batch process, correct?
They can be, yes.
What are generally the screen tests that are done when a case comes into the toxicology unit?
For the most part, all cases receive an ELISA screen, which is a very quick color screening test that looks for 8 different types of drugs. It's very sensitive but not very specific. So it basically says this type of drug might be present. Now go do follow-up testing to find out specifically what's present. They also all receive a general unknown screen, which looks for several hundred different prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and drugs of abuse. Then depending on the case type, they can be screened for alcohol, and they can be screened, specific screening tests for GHB can be performed if the case type warrants that.
GHB, alcohol, I mean, really?
Overall, go ahead.
You can continue.
And then depending on what is present from those screening tests, that will guide the follow-up testing.
And with the follow-up testing, that's the process of going through that secondary confirmatory testing, right?
Correct.
And in some instances with the screens, are you looking to get any sort of specific information about a particular drug or substance that might be present, or is it just a determination of whether something is detected or not detected?
It depends on the test itself and the sample. The general unknown screen only tells us if a substance is detected or not detected. The general unknown screen can be run as both a screening test and a confirmatory test. With other tests, the screening test would just be qualitative, and we would determine if a substance is present or not, such as when we test urine, we can only determine or report out if a substance is present or not. With some tests, when testing blood, we can determine a concentration and know how much of the drug is present.
And are there limitations at your lab as far as determining concentration of certain types of drugs in blood?
Yes.
And so what happens when your lab might have screened or detected a substance but doesn't have the ability to give a concentration? What do you do with that?
We can, if the substance is confirmed, so if we've tested it twice and verified that it's definitely present, we can report it out as just detected, as opposed to giving the concentration.
Do you often work with other independent outside laboratories to do additional testing that you can't as far as determining concentrations or levels?
Yes, if it's important for the case to know a concentration of a substance that we can't quantify ourselves, we can send it to a different laboratory that can perform that testing.
I'm going to draw your attention to a laboratory number 23-01723. Do you recall doing work on that particular lab number?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in that batch process for the lab number?
Yes. I performed the confirmation method for benzodiazepines on the urine sample and the quantitation method for benzodiazepines on the blood sample.
And in order to do, well, can you tell us a little bit about the benzodiazepine? What did you do as far as that particular test?
When testing both the blood and the urine, for the most part, the same method is used. We use a solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs from the rest of the biological material. Biological materials can have things like lipids and steroids and blood cells and bacteria and other things that can interfere with our testing. So we use this solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs and concentrate them to be able to run on our instrument. And then we run them on a LC-MS, which is a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that can separate the different drugs and identify specifically which one is present and how much is there. When we're testing blood samples, we can report out that value for how much is present. When testing urine samples by this method, although the method itself can determine how much is present, we don't report that out because concentrations in urine aren't really meaningful. They don't reflect any concentration that had previously been in the blood. They mostly just reflect how much of the drug was present in the urine. So we don't report that. There is an additional step that's needed when testing urine at the beginning of the method, but otherwise both the blood and the urine are tested in the same manner using the solid phase extraction and the LC-MS.
And in this case, with this laboratory number, the toxicology unit was in fact provided with 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine, correct?
There were 4 vials of blood and then 2 vials of serum plasma, which had started out as blood but were serum by the time we received them, and then 1 tube of urine.
Okay. And as far as the urine goes, in your role in this batch process, you conducted that benzodiazepine screen, correct?
Yes.
And it was positive?
Yes.
And then the further testing, were you able to detect any particular benzodiazepines in the urine?
I didn't conduct the initial benzodiazepine screen through the ELISA method, which was positive. Based on that positive result, I ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
And based on your training experience when it comes to those substances, if it's detected in either blood or urine, does it mean that there are those 4 separate substances, or could they be derivatives of one particular drug?
Yes, each of those substances is available as its own drug. You can get prescriptions for them, you can purchase them. However, diazepam, that's more commonly used than nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, breaks down into those other 3 substances. So often when we detect nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, they actually are present in the body because diazepam or another benzodiazepine was initially taken and it broke down to those 3.
But as far as your testing is when it comes to urine, you can't determine or quantify what it was or if it was one drug or multiple.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, you indicated that there was also further testing done on the blood, correct?
Yes.
And was it as well for the benzodiazepines?
Yes.
And that was just because that was your role in the batch testing for this case?
Yes.
What were the results in the testing of the benzodiazepines in the blood?
The blood contained 8.8 nanograms per milliliter of diazepam and 20 nanograms per milliliter of nordiazepam and 4.8 nanograms per mil of oxazepam and 1.9 nanograms per mil of temazepam and 61 nanograms per mil of lorazepam.
And in your role in this testing process, you're just running the equipment, running the tests, and getting the data, correct?
There is some analysis of the data. I have to ensure that the controls performed appropriately, that the instrument was running properly, and make a decision based on the instrument data, what I consider to be positive or not. But then it's handed off to another analyst who generates the final report.
And in this case, were all the controls appropriate, all the equipment running effectively, and everything done according to the policies and procedures of the lab?
Ultimately, all of the relevant controls that were associated with the samples performed appropriately.
And what did you do with the information or the data that you received as a result of these tests? What did you do with it?
I put it together in a batch file that contained all the data for my analysis. It contained the case data for the samples that were run on that day, as well as all the control data that was run simultaneously, and other traceability type info, and gave it to another analyst who reviewed it to ensure that laboratory policies and procedures were followed, that the controls performed appropriately in order to report the results, and that the results were scientifically accurate. And then after that analyst agreed with my findings, the data was put into the individual case files.
And in this case, the reporting analyst for the entire lab number of 23-01723 was in fact somebody by the name of Nicholas Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there were other forensic scientists who did other testing for other types of drugs in the same test, but it wasn't part of your role or your batch?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So the toxicology report you're familiar with was dated February 24th of 2023. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
I can refer to it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and you can keep it right there and look at it. And then it makes reference to your lab number, and then it talks about the specimens that you've indicated, which would be the toxicology blood times 4, serum plasma, you noted serum plasma, and then urine, right?
Yes.
And when you say serum plasma, what is that? Is that just a breakdown of the blood, or is it that was actual plasma that was submitted? How did that come about as opposed to the actual blood in items number 1, 2, and 3?
We received samples that were taken for medical reasons, and the sample that was initially drawn would have been blood, but the hospital would have separated the blood cells from the liquid portion of the sample prior to it being submitted to our lab. So when I received it, it was serum plasma, but it would have initially been blood.
Okay. And likewise with the urine, correct?
Yes.
And you received all of these items in indicating light blue top tube, potassium oxalate, sodium fluoride. That was just so prevent coagulation, right?
Yes.
And then looking down further, it says on the toxicology blood, you make reference to, as you indicated, the 8.8 diazepam, the nordiazepam, the oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and you're putting down, would that be nanograms per milliliters, NG/ml?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to follow through with that, so I'm going to approach you. This is a copy of the blood toxicology report that you're referring to, right? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident date of January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
I'd offer this, really.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
Now, you can continue with yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay, do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean, though? I just don't know.
This testing procedure separates the drugs present in the sample into drugs that are more basic in nature and drugs that are more acidic in nature. This test looks for several hundred types of drugs, and so in order to customize the extraction method to target certain drugs, the sample is divided into two fractions.
So in other words, it gives you a broader spectrum, if you will, of the drugs that would be in the person's sample of their blood, right?
Yes.
And that detected mirtazapine, right?
Yes.
Lamotrigine, right?
Yes.
Probably mispronouncing this. Quetiapine?
Quetiapine.
Quetiapine. And quetiapine metabolite, right?
Yes.
As well as trazodone, right?
Correct.
And just tell me, what is a metabolite? What does that mean, quetiapine metabolite?
When we consume drugs, our body will break down the drug often into another molecule before it's being excreted. And sometimes our testing can detect these breakdown molecules as well. So this test detected both quetiapine as well as its breakdown product.
So there was, that would indicate that there was quetiapine that was in the blood as well as a quetiapine metabolite or a breakdown over a passage of time.
Yes.
Also, just you guys check for everything. There's no alcohol detected, right?
Correct.
No amphetamines detected, right?
Correct.
There was a benzo screen that was positive, which we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Buprenorphine screen, none detected, right?
Yes.
Cocaine and fentanyl, none, right?
Yes.
Methamphetamines, none, correct?
Yes.
Opiates, none.
Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right? None.
It's the active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
Yes.
Nordiazepam detected.
Correct.
Oxazepam detected.
Yes.
Teramazepam detected.
Yes.
Lorazepam detected, right?
Yes.
And then finally it says organic acids and neutrals, none detected, right?
Yes.
And then you talk about, and that would be the acids, then you talk about the actual organic bases, and it lists all of the other items that we just went through. Trazodone metabolite, for example, so you have the trazodone plus the breakdown of the metabolite. You have the mirtazapine as well as mirtazapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Lamotrigine, quetiapine, and the quetiapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Now, you would also, in your direct examination, made reference to another lab that you all work with, apparently, or that you've had occasion to work with, right?
Occasionally, we have sent samples to another lab.
Okay. Would that be NMS Labs located in Horsham, Horsham, Pennsylvania?
NMS Labs, I don't recall the location of the lab.
Okay, but you know NMS Labs.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty well known, right?
Yes.
You guys, right? And was a sample of Lindsay's blood sent to that place as well?
Yes.
And were there results for that as a result of the examination?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with the report, toxicology report.
Got a sidebar?
Sure. Counsel, please stand by. All right. Yeah, redirect.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on.
The Commonwealth would call Lisa Yell as next witness, please.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Can you stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the court and the jury, and that no probably that shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Why don't you stop right there, please?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My name is Lisa Yell, spelled Y-E-L-L-E.
And what do you do for work?
I currently work at a biotech pharmacy company.
Did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab at some point?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
For 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what unit were you working with at the crime lab?
The toxicology unit.
And more specifically, I guess, February of 2023, were you still in that unit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to draw your attention right to this particular case. We're talking about laboratory number 23-01723. Did you do any batch work on this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And what testing did you do in relation to the samples of this lab number?
It was a test that was known as the general unknown screen.
Can you tell the jury what the general unknown screen does, what it tests for?
Sure, that's a screening test for drugs. It essentially would test for hundreds of different prescription medications or drugs of abuse.
And in this particular test, the general unknown screen, is there a portion of testing in the lab for general unknowns that would allow you to quantify when certain substances are detected?
The general unknown screen is not a quantifiable test. It's just an identification screen. So you wouldn't be able to attribute a specific level of the drug, but just the identification that it was present or not.
So it would be a detected or non-detected situation?
Correct.
And in this particular case, items 10-101 involved a vial of blood that was submitted to the laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And you did the general unknown screen for the blood?
Yes.
And what were the substances that were detected in that sample of blood?
Would I be able to reference?
Sure.
Just to ensure that I'm attributing everything?
Yep.
Any objections?
No, of course not. Sure.
I can actually show you what's in our exhibit 183.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to the substances?
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say it's mirtazapine, lamotrigine,
Trazodone. And quetiapine.
And the quetiapine metabolite, correct?
Yes.
And in that particular screen of the blood, all you're able to tell is whether they're detected or not.
Correct.
In your work with testing for those items and running that general unknown screen, were there any issues with the controls in that test?
No, there weren't.
Were there any problems with the equipment in that test?
There was a syringe issue, which means essentially if you consider a needle that has a plunger on the top, it would have essentially gotten stuck at some point within the batch run, which could run for 24 to 48 hours. It's a very lengthy run. So once the error is notified, it's a very simple switch. You just pull the syringe out, place a new one back into that same spot, and then you would restart your run from that point forward, including a control, just to ensure that the instrument is still functioning the way that it should.
And so would that type of error that you observed in the equipment affect the results of the test?
Not in any way.
And in addition to the testing or running this general unknown screen on the blood, you also ran a general unknown screen on urine, which was identified as item 10-201, correct?
That's correct.
And were those same substances detected in the urine?
Yes, they were.
And again, as far as those particular substances in the general unknown screen or unknown screen test for urine, are you able to quantify it in any way?
No.
Is it fair to say that there are other laboratories across the country that potentially could quantify those substances?
Yes.
And so in this case, are you aware that there were samples of the blood that were sent to another lab because of those positive tests for those substances?
I am not aware.
Okay. You weren't the reporting analyst in this case, correct?
Correct, I was not.
So after you did those general unknown screens in the blood and the urine, what did you do with the information?
The testing, every independent sample receives its own summary sheet where you document any possible drugs that were detected. All of the sheets are submitted to what's called a batch review, so a secondary person will independently review everything and ensure that they drew the same conclusions that I did. Once both people have agreed, all of the paperwork that is generated is filed within the respective case files, and then that's later submitted to an analyst at random to author the report and review the entirety of the case.
And in this particular case for lab number 23-101723, you're aware that Nicholas Roberts was the reporting analyst, correct?
Correct.
And any decisions on any further testing were likely made through him, in your experience?
Yes, it definitely would not have been part of the role for someone doing a portion of the testing within a case.
And as far as the particular substances that were detected, when you are running these tests, it doesn't tell you that there were several different drugs that were necessarily consumed by the individual, correct?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, are there certain substances that come up in these screens that could be attributable to the same type of drug?
There are certain, we would call them parent drugs and metabolites. Once you ingest a medication, your body will begin to metabolize or break that drug down. So there could be metabolites that are related to the parent compound of the medication that was taken.
So where there were five positive or detected substances doesn't mean that there was 5 specific substances, especially where there was a metabolite detected, correct? I guess that.
I'm not sure I follow your question again.
That's okay. As far as these particular items or these particular substances that were detected in these screens, you weren't able to provide any further information for final review other than they were detected.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Rankin?
Basically, as the court knows, we agree to this. We stipulate to all of this. As far as the blood, the chain of custody, the testing, you didn't have any problems with the quality of the testing, right? It was good test.
It was a good test, correct.
Okay. So, and the results that have been described numerous times, there's the reference to metabolite, and there's 5 drugs. Doesn't mean there's 5 drugs. It could be 1 drug with a metabolite. All a metabolite means is that it's a breakdown of the same drug at some point, right?
Correct.
Like if you're smoking marijuana or something, you have carboxy-9 or whatever they call it. It can be some residue in your blood, right?
Yes, the way that.
From the breakdown.
Yes.
And the lab that counsel was referring to, again, would be is it the NMS lab? You familiar with that, NMS?
I'm familiar that that lab does exist, yes.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Do you know what NMS means? Is it like national something?
I'm not familiar with the acronym.
All right, thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, man. You sit down. Thank you. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar? afternoon recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to come back 2 o'clock. There's another couple of witnesses. I'm not even going to make a commitment. But we'll have a couple of witnesses this afternoon. We'll kind of see where we go. Okay? All right, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jury, with the notebooks placed on the chairs, please.
Jurors have exited the forum.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, you make sure that this is the Brigham and Women's, the same thing.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, could I see it sidebar just for a second?
This court's now in session. Be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
All right. Again, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. What we're going to do at this point, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And Commonwealth, can call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, before calling a witness, Commonwealth would like to move to enter 3 stipulations as the next 3 exhibits. The first regarding postmortem toxicology.
Actually, before we get there, let me just give a little explanation about stipulation. So, members of the jury, what you're going to hear is what's called a stipulation. All right, and what a stipulation is an agreement between the parties, agreement as to facts. Now, keep in mind that the Commonwealth has the burden of proof for every fact and the elements in this case. All right, so. But the defendant has stipulated, and the Commonwealth has stipulated, to these specific facts, all right? And the stipulation is basically may be accepted by you as facts and can be relied by you, along with other facts that you find during the course of the evidence, all right? And so with that, counsel?
Thank you. So as the next exhibit, it's a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. 184. As the next exhibit, a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Dawson Clancy. 185. And the third, a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing, for Callan Clancy. 186.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, at the defendant's request, I would defer to the court as far as reading them in.
All right, do you want?
Thank you.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, I'm going to read you what these stipulations are. But keep in mind, you'll have these, since they've been entered as exhibits, you'll have them with you back in the deliberations, during the deliberations, all right, back in the jury room. So you'll have these, but let me just read these to you so you can kind of have this as the case is going forward, all right? So Exhibit 184 is a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to postmortem toxicology testing conducted for Cora Clancy. Number 1, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. 2, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. And 3, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01875, Cora Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-01, which was the heart blood of Cora Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on items 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible postmortem toxicology testing. So that's the stipulation on Exhibit 184 regarding the testing related to Cora Clancy. Exhibit 185 is a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing relating to Dawson Clancy. And so, number 1, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. 2, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. 3, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst in processing samples associated with case number 23-01874, which was Dawson Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-1-01, which was the heart blood of Dawson Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter, respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing. Right, and that's the exhibit regarding Dawson Clancy. All right. And then the last stipulation at this time is Exhibit 186, and that stipulation is regarding the post-mortem toxicology testing of Callan Clancy. Number 1, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedures, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing, processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. 2, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. 3, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst in processing samples associated with case number 23-0214, which was for Callan Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette was a screening analyst for item 1-1-01, which was blood from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth. B, Natalie Law and Marissa Dreyer conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. C, Hannah Knowles and Emily McCall conducted batch review analysis of item 1-1-01. D, Seth Utter conducted analysis on item 1-1-07, which was blood from Boston Children's Hospital, and 1-1-04, which was urine from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth. E, Nathaniel Almeida conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-07. And F, Robert Anderson conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-04. He also conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And G, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing. So those are the stipulations at this time, keeping in mind that you'll have those with you and everything that's contained there with you back in the jury room. Okay? All right. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Alicia Zimmerman.
Good afternoon. Stop right here, raise your right hand first.
We solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court, here in the jury, the matter now pending before the Commonwealth and the Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Commonwealth.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Alicia Zimmerman.
Would you mind spelling your last name for the record?
Zimmermann.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where do you work at the crime lab?
I'm in the toxicology unit.
And what's your role there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
Since August 2014.
And in order to work in the toxicology unit, did you receive some specialized training and education?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the Virginia Commonwealth University. I also completed the toxicology's unit training program, which included wet lab work, literature review, competency exams, and written exams.
And in your role as a forensic scientist, too, at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab Toxicology Unit, you're familiar with the batch review testing?
Yes.
And as part of that process of working, the workflow being in batches, is it fair to say at various points, different members of the unit are assigned to different tasks within the toxicology
Correct.
unit? And at some point, you might be doing work on a case where you're actually asked to author a report at the end of the testing. Is that fair to say?
Yes, if you're authorized.
And are you authorized to issue reports?
Yes.
And what kind of toxicology testing are you authorized to issue reports for?
I'm authorized for postmortem investigation.
Now, as it pertains to postmortem investigation in the toxicology unit, where do samples come from?
So the samples are submitted from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the Evidence Control Unit in Sudbury. They then assign a unique LIMS number, it's a Laboratory Information Management System number, and a corresponding barcode to the evidence. They then transport the evidence to our unit in Maynard, and then we put the evidence into our custody, sample the evidence, and assign testing to it.
And so when a sample comes to you in a postmortem situation, that's because somebody has passed away, correct?
Correct.
And there doesn't always have to be a corresponding state police crime lab investigation.
No, our cases are separate.
So your case comes to you and gets a separate lab number from the crime lab.
Correct.
And it also is tracked by a lab number or a case number from the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you receive in the postmortem toxicology samples, do you sometimes receive blood?
Yes.
At times, do you also receive urine samples?
Yes.
What types of screening tests does the postmortem toxicology testing, what are the screening tests used in those instances, or those cases, I should say?
So every case that we receive gets 3 preliminary screening tests. The first one is a volatile analysis. The second one is an 8-panel of commonly abused drugs by enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, also known as ELISA. And then the third thing we do is a general unknown screen by gas chromatography mass spectrometry, and that looks for illicit and pharmaceutical drugs.
Now, in a circumstance where the decedent or the person who died is a child, there are additional screens that can be done?
Yes.
And what's the additional screen in a child case?
If the decedent is equal to or less than, less than or equal to 11 years old, we also perform an ELISA pediatric panel, a general unknown screen for acidic and neutral drugs, and a vitreous chemistry analysis.
Now, in cases where your unit receives these samples from the medical examiner and a screening test is done, if no substance is detected in either of those 3 screens, or if in a pediatric case, that 4th screen, what happens?
No further testing is performed.
And so if you are the reporting analyst in those cases, you would simply note none detected?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to a case that was submitted by the medical examiner in January of 2023. I think your unit might have reviewed the evidence in February of 2023. Are you familiar with the case involving 3 different postmortem toxicology testing, but all related?
They are 3 separate reports.
Right, but you're aware that the children that were the subjects were related?
Yes.
Okay. So just referring to first, what's identified as the state police lab number 23-2141 involving the decedent Callan Clancy. You recall receiving several items in the postmortem toxicology unit to test?
Yes.
And it included toxicology blood that was taken from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as blood that was collected from the Children's Hospital in Boston.
Yes.
And urine also collected from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth.
Yes.
And were screens done on the samples, namely the blood from BID Plymouth, the urine from BID Plymouth, and the blood from Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Were any substances detected on those 3 screens and the pediatric screen that you've just described to the jury?
No, they were not.
And as far as the next case, which would be laboratory number 23-01875, the decedent being Cora Clancy, you received some heart blood from the medical examiner's office post-mortem, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that, were those screening tests conducted in this case for Cora?
Yes.
And were there any substances detected?
No, we did not detect anything.
And as far as laboratory number 23-01874, which is the decedent Dawson Clancy, your unit received an item 1-101 of heart blood from Dawson Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And that was also post-mortem?
Yes.
And were those screening tests, those same 3 tests plus the pediatric test run for Dawson?
Correct.
Were any substances detected?
No, they were not.
And so where in each one of these 3 separate cases there was no detection of any substances, did you do anything further other than issue a report saying none detected?
No. I reviewed the data and then I issued the report with the none detected results.
If there had been any positive findings, additional testing would have been conducted, correct?
Yes, if we receive a positive screen, we will either perform confirmatory analysis or quantitative analysis depending on the testing.
And just as it pertains to these 3 cases, the samples received for Callan Clancy, why did they come from a different source than the other 2?
So the medical examiner sends us the samples. If the decedent is in the hospital prior to the autopsy, they will typically send us those hospital samples as well. They prefer to have the hospital samples tested because that date and time is usually prior to the decedent's death, and we can sometimes determine what sort of drugs or poisons may have been in that decedent's body prior to their death and before drugs may have been given at the hospital.
And once these tests are conducted in the postmortem toxicology unit, the results, where are they sent to?
They are sent to the medical examiner to go with their report.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Attorney Reddington. Questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sit down. Thank you. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth College Sherry Crook.
Stop right here, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury is not enough to prove the testimony of the defendant's class, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch yourself, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Crook, Sherri, last name Crook.
What do you do for work?
I'm a supervisor in the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in Lakeville.
And how long have you held that position at the lab?
I've been a supervisor in that unit approximately 18 years, and I've worked at the lab for 26 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from UMass Dartmouth and a Master's of Science in Criminal Justice from Westfield State College.
And if you could just describe for us the nature of your work and your duties at the lab.
So my main job is a supervisor in the crime scene response unit. As a supervisor, I am a liaison for the state when crime scenes occur and a forensic scientist is needed. So I answer calls, figure out what type of services are needed. I then get forensic scientists to respond to areas. I oversee generally the southern region, which would be Plymouth County, Cape and Islands, Norfolk, Bristol County, but I do take calls for the entire state. I oversee the forensic scientists that respond to my area. I technically review reports. I also am involved in the criminalistics unit where I test and examine physical evidence for the presence of biological fluids. This would be blood, semen, and saliva, and trace materials, hairs, fibers, gunshot residues. These cases include fatal and non-fatal beatings, stabbings, shootings, sexual assaults, and motor vehicle accidents. We do the testing in the lab, similar to the testing at crime scenes.
And what type of training have you had to be qualified to be a forensic scientist in all these different areas at the lab?
So when I first began, I've always worked in the criminalistics unit. I went through a training process where I first observed trained chemists in the analysis of evidence. I then performed this analysis under the strict supervision of my supervisor. At the completion of each area that I was testing in, I took written and oral competency exams. So there's several areas in blood, semen, saliva that we take tests on to prove our proficiency.
And have you passed all of these competency tests?
I have.
And have you passed all of your proficiency tests?
I have.
Does your casework go through any type of review process?
It does. It goes through a technical review as well as an administrative review.
And have you had any specialized training in the field of forensics?
I have.
And what type of training?
So I first had training in the lab, and then I have had external training that has included bloodstain pattern analysis training, crime scene reconstruction training, and a microscope class.
And are you affiliated with any professional organizations?
I am. I'm a member of the IABPA, which is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts.
And you've testified in court many times in the Commonwealth, correct?
I have.
Going back to what you talked about bloodstain pattern analysis, can you describe the training you've had in that field in particular?
So it first began with taking a 40-hour course in the basics of bloodstain pattern analysis. That was used in my original training at the laboratory. It consisted of a 40-hour course where we do experimentations, look at bloodstains, and prepare reports, as well as taking an exam at the end. So that was my original course that I took. I've since taken 7 other additional courses that include another basic bloodstain class. I've taken advanced bloodstain pattern classes. I've taken fluid dynamics of bloodstains, and I've also taken bloodstain classes on fabrics.
Now, do you undergo any continuing education after all of that training on bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
Can you describe that?
So we continually get training every year. We have to do at least 8 hours, which could be training from readings, attending a course, attending workshops that we have through the IABPA, some sort of educational trainings.
And is bloodstain pattern analysis, that discipline, is it accredited?
It is.
How so?
It was accredited through our lab during our accreditation in 2008. It became accredited for the Mass State Police Lab.
And is it still currently accredited?
It is.
And do you have to take proficiency tests specifically in bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
How often?
Take a yearly test from an outside vendor agency.
And have you passed all of those tests?
I have.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about bloodstain pattern analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you done that?
I've testified as an expert more than 10 times in Plymouth County, Bristol County, Norfolk County, and Cape and Islands.
What is a bloodstain?
A bloodstain is a deposit of blood on a surface.
And what would be a bloodstain pattern?
A bloodstain pattern is stains on the surface by which we look at it and identify how it was created.
So could you describe for us what bloodstain pattern analysis is?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is the examination of bloodstains and bloodstain patterns by which that they are deposited on a surface. We can give information about how the blood was deposited as well as how the incident occurred to deposit those bloodstains.
And are there different bloodstains and bloodstain patterns, and are there terms ascribed to those that tell you what kind of patterns they are or what kind of bloodstains they are?
There are.
And what are some of the features and characteristics that you look at when you're performing your analysis to determine the type of stain or pattern?
So we look at specifically the size, shape, and the distribution of those stains. With looking at that information, we can tell you the how, what, when, where, and how things were created by looking at those stains. That information, the size, shape, and distribution will answer some of those questions.
Can you tell the direction of a bloodstain pattern?
You sometimes can, yes.
And how do you go about doing that, and why is that important?
So in some stains, there is an identifying feature that we look for. It's called a tail. So when blood flies through the air and lands on a surface, it usually will land in an oval shape, an elliptical shape that may cause it to have a tail. The tail is an extension of that elliptical shape. We use that to identify the direction that the blood is traveling. So the tail will point in the direction that the blood was flying when it landed on a surface. So we can tell by that tail where that stain may have originated from.
And are there different categories of stains?
There are.
And what would those be?
We describe them as passive stains, transfer stains, and dynamic stains.
And could you define what those are?
Sure. So passive stains are stains where only the force of gravity is acting upon that stain. Some of the examples would be a drip stain, a flow, or a blood pool. We have transfer stains, which are stains that are created when a bloody object or body comes into contact with another surface, transferring that stain there. We have smears or wipes. And then for dynamic stains are where a outside force has been acted upon the blood. A forceful force that has projected the blood onto a surface, either by projecting it out or compression that projects the blood out. In that case, we have projected blood patterns, arterial spurts that term as dynamic stains.
And in your analysis, you use the word target.
Yes.
And what does that mean in bloodstain pattern analysis?
So the target is the surface that the bloodstain lands on. Could be a floor, a wall, anything that the bloodstain lands on.
So for example, if I have a cut on my arm and blood drops to the floor as I'm just standing here, would that be a passive act and the target is the floor?
So yes, it'd be a passive act because just gravity is reacting with that blood, pulling it to the ground, and the floor would be the target surface that it landed on.
What is a drip stain?
So with that example, if you have a blood source, say I have a cut on my finger, I hold my finger out, gravity acts on that blood, pulling it to the floor, that would be a drip stain, a single stain hitting the floor due to gravity.
What would be a spatter stain?
So a spatter stain is a stain where some sort of force is acted on it. So if you think about my finger again, and the blood is coming out, if I apply force to my finger, if I flick it, the blood is now flying in the air and landing on a surface, say a wall. It will land in an elliptical shape, and it will be considered a spatter stain.
And are you familiar with the phrase cast-off pattern?
I am.
And what is that?
So a cast-off pattern is a collection of stains usually elliptical or circular in shape. It's created when blood flies off of an object. So if you think of my finger again and the blood is coming out, if I take my finger and I swing it up over my head, the blood is going to release as it goes along, creating elliptical stains, circular stains, and more elliptical stains. The cast-off pattern is created in a linear form, so in a line of those stains.
And what is a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when a bloody object comes into contact with a surface. So you think of my hand, and I put it on the top here, and blood is left behind. I lift it up. That's a transfer stain of blood.
And what is a wipe?
So if you think of my hand, it's a transfer stain, a wipe is. You think of my hand and there's a blood pool on the surface and I run my hand through that blood pool, I'm wiping that blood, causing a wipe stain. The original stain, which is a blood pool, would now be called an altered stain because there is movement through that stain when I drag my hand through it.
Is a swipe different than a wipe?
It is.
What is a swipe?
So a swipe is a transfer of blood, but say I've made that wipe stain and I lift my hand up and I have blood on the surface, I then go to a clean surface and wipe it on that, that would be considered a wipe stain. So a swipe stain, excuse me. So wipe is going through the blood, I lift it, swipe is taking that blood and applying it to a secondary surface.
And what would be a smear?
A smear is usually a combination of swipes and wipes. If there is a blood pool on the floor and you make lateral movements for it, say you had a socked foot or a cloth that you were wiping it with, using those lateral movements going back and forth would be considered a smear.
And what is a pool?
A pool of blood is a liquid portion of blood accumulated in one area.
So if I'm, for example, standing here and again have a cut on my arm and blood is just dropping in that same area, is all the blood that gathers there considered a pool?
The stain itself is not considered a pool. We use it to identify blood from a source. So if there is a body laying down and there is an injury and it's seeping out of the injury onto a surface, that would be considered a blood pool. What you have described as a different type of staining.
What would that be?
That would be considered a drip pattern, where you're dripping just due to gravity. The blood falls. It falls into another liquid source. In blood stains, it's usually blood into blood. When that drip is hitting and they're hitting each other, it's causing an accumulation on the floor, and the stains that are formed, the accumulation of blood as well as smaller stains would form the drip pattern.
And sticking with that for a moment, if the blood is falling and the person is moving, does that create some type of trail or something along those lines?
It does. So we would identify that as single drip stains, and then if it's in the line with some movement, that would be considered a drip trail of the drip stains.
And what is a saturation stain?
So a saturation stain is similar to a blood pool, but the surface that is on is an absorbent surface. So it's a portion of liquid blood on, say, a mattress or a carpet that seeps into that absorbent material.
And what about a satellite stain?
So a satellite stain is a secondary stain. So if you think about my drip stain, as it's dripping from my finger, as it hits the ground or the surface, it can break apart. Though when it breaks apart, those little stains are called satellite stains. They come from the original parent stain.
And what about the term flow?
Flow is a term that we use when there's an accumulation of blood on a surface and there's enough that gravity can take hold of it and pull it down. So if you think of water dripping down a surface, or if there's a large accumulation of blood, it'll create like a stream going down to where gravity is.
And are there some blood stains where no determination can be made?
Yes.
And how so?
So we have some blood stains that just don't give us enough information by their size, shape, or distribution. So sometimes we can just generally call them red-brown stains. When we do our examination, depending on what we're examining and how we're examining it, say it's a blurry photo, we may just call it a red-brown stain because we cannot identify anything from the features because the photo is bad.
And how are blood stains typically documented at a crime scene?
So there's a trained forensic scientist that is at every scene that we document as far as bloodstain pattern analysis. They are trained in documenting the stains as far as a sketch. We also document them with ruler tape. We want to know how high up stains are from the floor, and we also use very small ruler tape with individual stains. That tape is used to show the size. It is then photoed by crime scene services. They'll do a far away shot so we can get the whole information in one shot. They will do a medium and then a close-up of stains so we can get the sizes of the stains. Those photos are used for documentation and reviewing when we do our exam.
And do you do your interpretation and analysis at the scene or through photographs?
So with those photographs, we do the examination back at the laboratory.
I want to show you some things on the screen here. Are you familiar with this slide here?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
So that is a slide that pictures of drip stains that I've used during my trainings to show how the stains were formed when it hits at a different angle. So depending on how it hits on an angle is how it will form. So the bottom stains, which are more circular, will fall at a 90-degree angle. And as you get to more of elliptical shaped, they fall at different higher angles when they hit the target surface.
With these that are shown here, labeled drip stains, these are all drip stains. It's just how they fall at different angles.
Correct.
Mark this as the next exhibit.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
I'm showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this slide?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that?
So this is pictures of spatter stains. So this is blood that is in flight. Some force acted on the blood to cause it to fly. And you can see the elliptical shapes that it has created.
And when you say elliptical, you're talking about kind of the oval shape.
I'm talking about the oval shape, and as also how I described the tail. Some of them are evident on the bottom side of those elliptical shapes, showing the direction when they hit the target they were moving.
So where the tail, so looking at this slide here, this small middle photo at the top, where the tail seems to be at the bottom. Is that, what does that tell you about the direction of that stain?
So if I may refer to the one on the right, it's a little bit more descriptive. So the one on the right, may I stand?
Yes, please.
If you look at these stains, they are elliptical in shape, and they all have an extension, which we call the tail. So they're hitting the wall, and the tail is pointing in the direction that it is moving. So we have the elliptical shape and then the extension. So they are going from a left to right in a downward direction.
I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
188.
Thank you.
Then showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this?
I am.
And what are we seeing here?
So this is an example of a projected pattern, which is one of those dynamic stains. On the left is an arterial spurt. So there was an artery cut, say it was in the arm. With the compression of that blood, it is projected out and has landed on the wall in a curvy, linear fashion.
And you said, did you say that's on the left?
On the left, yes.
And what about on the right?
That is the blood when it hits the ground on the right.
So on the left, it's hitting the wall, and then on the right, it's dripping down to the ground?
Well, it's projecting out and hitting the ground. It's not dripping onto the ground. It's coming out of the blood source and hitting the ground.
Okay, so would it be accurate to state that for a spraying type of flow of blood, say from an artery, that's on the left is what it would look like as it hits a wall, and on the right is what it looks like hitting the floor?
Correct.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
189. Now, were you asked to do blood stain pattern analysis on this case?
I was.
And what did you use in terms of materials to conduct that analysis?
I used photographs that were supplied from crime scene services. I utilized reports that were written by Maureen Hartnett, the chemist.
And were there stains that were labeled by letter?
They were.
Okay. Did you label them by those letters, or did you use the letters that were in the prior reports?
I used the letters that they were labeled in the prior reports.
And so to start with, did you look at what was labeled stain A on the floor of the basement at 47 Summer Street?
I did.
And showing you this page here, what are we looking at here?
So this is a page of my notes when I was doing my exam. So it has a picture of the stains themselves and then all of the identifying factors written in my handwriting when I was doing my examination.
And when you did your examination on this item, what did you determine about the blood stain?
So that is a red-brown stain on the carpet in the basement. It was deemed a saturation stain with transfer stain surrounding it. So you have the center stain that's darker red. That is the saturation stain. And then surrounding it there is lighter red-brown staining that was a transfer from that saturation stain across the carpet.
And you're not able to say how that transfer happened, correct?
I am not.
But basically, looking here, this larger area in the middle of the bottom photo, that's the original saturation stain where it's soaked into the carpet?
Yes.
And then at some point, something touched this saturation stain and then touched to the side of it?
If I may.
You may, sure.
So this is the saturation stain in the center, and then surrounding it is the lighter red-brown. That is the transfer as something moved across the actual saturation stain.
And what about the mark to the left there?
I think that's just another portion of the saturation stain.
Okay. Move to submit this as the next
All
exhibit.
right, that may be admitted.
190. Did you also look at some blood stains on the floor of the master bedroom?
I did.
And specifically referring to stain B, showing you what's been marked SJC. SJC, are those your initials?
They are.
E12. These are also from your notes, is that correct?
They are.
And is this from the master bedroom floor between the mirror and the bed?
It is.
Okay. And what did you learn from your analysis of this item?
So from my analysis in looking at the stains, there's a couple of different things going on here. So they're the round circular stains, which are on the outside, are drip stains. So that is blood coming from a bloodletting event and going to the ground just due to gravity. The stains that are overlapping are considered a drip pattern. So standing there for a period of time, the blood is dripping due to gravity into itself, causing the overlapping stains as well as the small stains that are all surrounding it. Over here on the right side, there is some movement through some of the red-brown stains, causing them to have lateral So they're originally drip stains that were smeared through.
And showing you E13 from your notes, is this a close-up of that same area?
It is.
And if you could just point out again for us in this lower photo what we're looking at here.
So this is just a close-up of it, showing some of the drip stains that are singular by themselves, and then the drip pattern itself, so that is blood dripping into blood. And then the top one that's not in view will have a close-up of the smear stains. So movement through those blood stains.
We should have E12 as the next exhibit and E13 as the following.
All right, that may be admitted.
And just for clarification, showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 159, that's that same area for E12 and E13?
It is. The staining on the ground is right in front of the mirror, and the bottom portion is the bed, so between the mirror and the bed.
Now showing you what's been marked previously as Exhibit 161. Is that the mirror we were just discussing?
Yes.
And did you do an analysis on the blood stains on the mirror?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked as E14 in your report. I'm just going to zoom in here to the top photo. Now the stains have been marked there with a ruler, correct, as you described previously?
Correct, yes.
And then in the lower left, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is a close-up of the stains from the top picture with the ruler attached.
And what, if anything, were you able to determine about these blood stains on the mirror?
So the bloodstains themselves were elliptical in shape, so it did give me some information. There was a larger amount of blood, so you can see on the stains that it starts to go down the mirror. That's due to gravity, so we call that flow. Because they were elliptical in shape, there are two different categories that they could go into, which would be a drip stain that just landed at an angle, or actually a spatter stain, which is a blood in flight. Because I couldn't tell the difference, but I did limit it down to either a drip stain that fell at an angle or a spatter stain that was forced onto that mirror. So I couldn't come to a definite conclusion, so I brought it down to either a drip stain or a spatter stain.
So would it be accurate to say it could either be from someone being near the mirror bleeding and blood dropping on it, or someone with blood, or an instrument or something with blood on it moving and spattering the blood on it?
Correct, either of those motions.
We could have E14 as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
193. Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 162. With the bedroom windowsill.
Correct.
And showing you a close-up at 163. Did you examine this blood stain?
I did, identified as stain D.
And what did you determine based on your training experience about this blood stain?
This blood stain didn't give us too much information. It was irregular in shape, so I couldn't tell exactly what it came from, but I did classify it as a transfer stain. So something bloody, having a red-brown stain, coming into contact with a non-bloody surface, leaving that stain there. So a transfer stain on the windowsill.
Did you also examine the nightstand in that same bedroom?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 164. Is this the area that you examined?
I examined the whole area, so a picture that shows the whole knife and then the area surrounding it.
Showing you another photo. Is this the entire area that you examined?
It is.
And can you tell us what, if anything, you determined from examining the bloodstains on the nightstand?
So I identified 2 different types of blood stains in that area. To point on the bottom portion here as well as the top, they are circular stains. Those would be drip stains, so blood coming from a bloody area due to gravity falling onto the nightstand causing the circular stains. So those would be drip stains. I also identified the linear blood stain up at the top, which is to the right of the knife. So that is a transfer stain from the knife itself. The bloody edge of the knife came in contact with the nightstand and left that stain there. Once that stain was left there, it has since been moved, whether someone knocked into the table or actually pushed the knife over, I can't tell you, but it was originally in the position where it left that linear stain. So drip stains and then a linear red-brown stain.
And are you able to determine that that was the original position of the knife based on the fact that the line tracks the shape and size of the knife's edge?
I wouldn't say that it's an original location, but it is a location that that knife was at for a period of time for that blood to transfer onto the table.
Because you can't tell the order of when these blood stains happen, correct?
At our lab, we don't necessarily do an order in our examination. There are some things we can tell you an order to, so I know at some point that it was on the table where that linear stain is and has since moved from there. But I can't tell you if that was the original location that it landed.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit, please.
It may be admitted.
194. And what, if anything, were you able to, what are you able to tell us about this stain based on your training and experience?
There's not much information that I can tell you from that stain. It's a diluted red-brown stain. It's irregular in shape, so I just classified it as a red-brown stain.
So that's an example of what you had told us previously in your testimony, that sometimes you just don't know?
Correct. The pictures were sufficient to see areas of the stain. There's just not a lot of information in the stain itself to determine what it is.
We could have E17 marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted.
Did you also look at some stains on the floor of the master bedroom entrance?
I did.
Showing you a photograph here. Do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is that?
So those are red-brown stains at the doorway to the entrance of the bedroom.
And at some point in time, we'll strike that. What, if anything, can you tell us about these blood stains?
So the pictures that were taken were never taken with a ruler tape, but the pictures are good enough that it gave me information on how those stains were formed. So I was able to determine that those are drip stains on the floor.
And just zooming in on those a little bit. Again, what we have here, similar to some of the other stains we call drip stains, that's that circular spot of blood.
Yes, circular stain where gravity took a hold of some sort of blood and brought it to the floor, causing those circular stains.
And as you described earlier, is that consistent with the blood falling at a 90-degree angle?
Correct.
So straight down?
Correct.
If we could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Excuse me. Did you also look at what's depicted here in Exhibit 46?
I did.
And looking at what you've marked in your notes as E21, are these 3 photos of that same area?
They are.
Okay. What can you tell us about what you observed when you looked at these blood stains?
So these stains were further up on the side of the bed from the area that was between the bed and the mirror. Similar to the stains that were between the bed and the mirror are stains up here, which are circular in nature. So they're drip stains, and then an area where the drip stains fell into each other, causing another drip pattern. So this is a drip pattern with singular drip stains in an area between the bed.
And showing you another photograph, does this depict that same area but also going over towards to the right of the nightstand?
It does. So this is the area on the left side of the bed. Down below it is the area that was between the bed and the mirror, and the window is up over here. So you can see the singular drip stains, you can see the drip pattern where blood is dripping into blood, and then all of the smaller stains are the satellite stains that occur when the blood is hitting and causing it to fly.
Are you able to look at the stains here in the drip pattern and tell whether there was any movement or in what direction the movement was?
We can't tell what type of movement there was because they're circular stains. The only thing we can say about this is for a drip pattern to be formed, there has to be a stationary blood source. So you have to, say it was your finger, you would have to stand there for a while and allow the blood to drip out into each other, causing that drip pattern. So we know, or I've deemed that there was a period of time that the blood source was in a stationary position, causing that drip pattern.
And the amount of time that it would take for that amount of blood to pool, would that be dependent on the wound and how it was bleeding at the time?
Correct.
And you can't tell that from the photograph, correct?
I cannot.
We could have this photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
197. Show you some photos of the exterior of the house. What's been marked as exhibit 106, They're marked as Exhibit 105 and 108. Are these areas or photographs that you examined as part of your analysis?
They are.
Showing you what you've marked E19 from your notes. What can you tell us about the patterns we're seeing here on the shingles on the exterior of the home?
So these are photos of the red-brown stains on the shingles between the second and first floor window. A far away view up in the top left, and then closer pictures blown up to show the red-brown stains. There were two areas, and then there was some excess of blood. You can actually see it dripping down.
I'm going to object to the concept of blood because we all know that that was never tested.
It actually was tested.
All right, can I see over here? All right, tree Sprague.
Thank you. And so we, in the upper left-hand corner here, we have the upper window and the lower window, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in here on this upper right-hand photo. What are we seeing here?
So those are areas of red-brown staining on the shingles between the second floor window and the first floor window.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this red-brown staining on the shingles underneath that open window, based on your training experience?
So those two areas, which were to the left and the right below the window, were identified as transfer stains. So a bloody object coming in contact with a surface, leaving the blood stain there.
So that would have to be an actual, something with blood on it touching that shingle, those shingles.
Correct.
And showing you below that, the small photo to the right, what is depicted there?
So this is an area of the transfer stain where there was an accumulation of blood that was coming off as a droplet off the bottom of the shingle.
And showing you E20 from your notes, perhaps a little bit clearer here. The top right photo is that same area of red-brown staining that you saw under in the photos underneath the open window.
It is. So the one on...
Get up and
yeah.
point it out with the court permission.
Sure.
So the window is up above. So to the right, looking at the window, is an area of the red-brown staining. To the left is the other area of red-brown staining. That left one had the accumulation of blood that was a droplet coming off the shingle.
And the two photos at the bottom there?
Those were a blow-up of the right-hand side red-brown stain. As you can see my arrows, they're pointing to the picture above, just showing a close-up of the stains.
We could mark E19 as the next exhibit and then E20.
All right. Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted. Or they may be admitted.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 105. And zooming in here on the open window and the orange ball there at the bottom, the red-brown staining right above that. Did you examine photos of that?
I did.
And showing you your notes E18. Is that a close-up of that red-brown staining on the open windowsill?
It is.
And what, if anything, can you tell us, based on your training experience, about this area?
So similar to the stain that was on the inside of the window on the windowsill, this stain on the outside didn't give me enough information to say the size or shape. So the only thing I could come to the conclusion was that it was a transfer stain. So some sort of bloody object coming in contact with a surface causing the transfer of that blood.
And are you able to tell the direction of that blood or how it was applied or anything like that?
There's not enough information in that stain to give that conclusion.
So basically all you can tell us is that something with blood on it touched that windowsill and left blood. Something with a red-brown stain on it touched that windowsill and left a red-brown stain.
Correct.
We should have E18 marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And then showing you what's previously been marked as exhibit 108. The top of the first floor windowsill. Did you examine those red-brown stains?
I did not.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a couple of questions. You are, is it correct, you're a trained scientist? Is that what you're referred to, or?
I'm classified as a forensic scientist at the supervisory level.
Okay. And Maureen Hartnett would be classified as what?
She's a forensic scientist as well. The step below me, forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And is she the one that does testing on objects or items or substances to see if they're a particular, for example, blood?
She does do that. She is also trained in documentation of blood stains. So generally, that's why we do a lot of our examination through photos. So a forensic scientist too could be at the scene, do all of the documentation, make sure the photos are taken, and then those are examined back at the laboratory by in our case in Massachusetts, it's all supervisors in the crime scene response unit that do blood stain pattern analysis. We are also all trained in the identification of those biological fluids, doing a screening test as well as a confirmatory test for blood.
I don't want to be referred to as grumpy, but I'm just going to ask if you can just kind of keep your answers down a little bit to like maybe a yes and a sentence after that.
Okay.
Okay. So when you go to a crime scene, you're usually with a team. In other words, like Maureen Hatton might be there, right?
Correct.
And other state troopers might be there searching the area, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you are doing is relying, if you will, on your associates or other people that are working that particular crime scene to do appropriate and adequate testing of substances, right?
Correct.
So, for example, and again, when you're investigating on a murder case and you're dealing with substances that are deposited, for example, in that bedroom, the master bedroom, it's not appropriate, if you will, to speculate that something is blood, and that's why it's referred to as a red-brown stain, right?
Correct. We use...
But your experience is such that you have a wealth of knowledge as to the ability to draw an inference as to what it might be, right?
We're not able to look at a red-brown stain and call it blood. We call it by adjectives, so it would be deemed as a red-brown stain. We have to wait until we do a confirmatory test to say whether we call it human blood or not.
So when you say a confirmatory test, you're referring to the fact that you have a screening test that you can do that initially would determine if it's possibly blood, right?
Correct.
Then it goes to the next phase, which would be a confirmatory test, which Ms. Hartnett would do, right?
Correct.
And then you go to the determination as to whether it's animal or human. It might be a primate blood, but it could be a human blood, and then you determine that it's human blood, right?
The next step after Maureen is actual DNA, so it will tell you whether it's human or not human and whose blood it actually is.
Okay. So we know that there was a transfer stain from the inside of the house, if you will, onto that ledge on the right-hand side of the window, right?
I believe it was on the left-hand side.
Okay, so as you're looking out the window, it's your understanding that the smudge, if you will, that was on that window was on the left-hand side?
I believe so.
Looking at Exhibit 106. That shows this first floor window, right?
Correct.
And then farther up, it shows the second floor window, right?
Correct.
So if one was standing on the inside of the master bedroom and leaned on it with blood on their hand, or red substance, it would be on the right-hand side of that ledge on the window, right?
Correct. The one on the outside was on the right-hand side. The one on the inside, I believe, was on the left-hand side.
Now, you know that that was not tested, right?
I don't know if it was tested.
Right, you don't know what it is, right?
I called it a red-brown stain.
But the bottom line is, in your experience, looking at that bedroom with all of what you determined in the investigation to be blood, the inference that you would draw is that that's blood from somebody's hand, right?
Correct, and that is what is stated in my report. We infer that it is blood that we are examining.
Okay. So it shows in Exhibit 105 the same window with a little hornet ball or that substance that was injected, like insulation is what I think you described it, that also has red-brown substance on it, correct?
I don't know from that picture. I only looked at the stain that was on the windowsill.
All right. Did you look at all, that object? 'Cause,
I did not, just
okay. Would you agree that underneath that window would be the two equidistant, if you will, red-brown stains on the shingles, right?
correct.
And that would be an object or something that has blood, or we don't know if it's blood, but red-brown stain on hands or something that was a transfer onto that side of the house, right?
Correct.
Other areas of the bedroom, for example, counsel showed you the door coming into the bedroom and there were two drop marks of the red-brown stains. You know, those were never even tested. I'm just saying, this is a murder case. It was never tested, right? But you're assuming fairly that that would be blood, right?
I don't know whether they were tested, but I deemed those that they were blood in my examination.
And blood on the doorknob itself, too, so that from the inside of the bedroom going up, right?
The windowsill?
No, the doorknob.
I don't know of any red-brown stains on the doorknob.
Okay. Now the knife, photograph of the knife, and I know people can recall that, that has that linear stain that you referred to that you were able to observe, correct?
Correct.
And looking at Exhibit 162, that would show the left side that you were referring to as to the red marks or the blood, if you will, on the window, right?
Correct. That was the left side interior of the window that I examined.
I stand corrected when I say, I was talking about the other side, but it's in both. It's on the right hand and the other side. Right?
Correct.
So that would be, again, drawing an inference, would be somewhat conceivable with a person with blood on their hands leaning on the window. This portion of the hand out here, this portion of the hand on the inside, leaving the transfer, right?
A hand or some sort of bloody object, yes.
Right. And the knife also has the transfer that you can see. Now, is that coagulated blood, you know?
In which area?
But with a knife. I mean, you see that linear line? It almost looks like the knife was put down with blood on it, and then it coagulated, or it got sticky, I guess, and then it was moved again. Is that so?
I wouldn't call it coagulation, so if you're referring to these areas right
the linear
here,
line, yep.
those were red-brown circular stains that were actually on top of the linear. I could not determine what they came from, so I did not give them any sort of bloodstain pattern terminology. But they were on top of the linear line.
All right, and you would agree with me that one of the inferences that would possibly be drawn is that something banged into it or moved it, one or the other.
Yes, correct, to get that original linear line and then for the knife to be in a different position.
Now, the photograph in Exhibit 45 is the mirror.
Correct.
And then you were referring to the drip marks on the mirror, right? I'm having trouble here again, but there we go.
So I referred to them either as drip stains or spatter stains because I was not able.
That would be consistent with some type of a violent movement, would it not? I mean, if the person's cutting their throat, for example, and then cast off onto the mirror, or leaning, I guess you'd said at an angle.
So it would be either due to gravity or due to blood in flight. So a force applied, sending that blood to land on there, or drip due to gravity.
And blood in flight, the inference would be that it's cast off, if you will, from the knife, going in a particular direction towards the mirror, right?
It would be a spatter stain coming off of any sort of blood source, whether it be the tip of a knife, a cut on the hand, something in flight.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. So you were asked about the documentation and collection of samples of red-brown stains at a scene, and that there is an initial test done at the scene, typically to determine if it might be blood, correct?
Correct.
And what kind of test is that?
We do a screening test called the Kastle-Meyer test. So it identifies possible blood. It does not identify whether it's human or animal, though.
And when that test is positive, but you have a limited sample, you sometimes skip the confirmatory step and send it right to DNA for testing.
Correct. If it's a limited sample, so a smaller stain, like something like a spatter stain, we may not do the in-between step, which is our confirmatory test, because we don't want to use up any portion that we've collected. So we would go right to DNA for that testing if it's a smaller sample.
And then the DNA testing can tell you if that red-brown stain is from a human and potentially which human it's from.
Yeah, we identify who it is from. We don't identify as human because we only do a human DNA test.
And defense counsel asked you about the red-brown stains on the windowsill, the one on the exterior and the interior, and asked if it could be from someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window, holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Nothing further?
Wouldn't there be drops? If somebody was bleeding significantly from cuts on their wrist to the extent that one of the marks on the shingle you said had a drip on it, right?
So depending on the amount of blood where that contact is coming into place is what is deposited.
So if somebody was going to climb out the window and hang on the ledge and then do a Spider-Man and go down the side of the shingles, they would leave a smear going all the way down on the shingles, wouldn't they?
If they came in contact the entire way down, yes, there would be a transfer all the way down.
Any further?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
And counsel, could I just talk to you? Second, sidebar. Jury, rather than start another witness and break it up, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow, all right? I don't think we'd finish with this next witness anyway. So I'm going to excuse you. Now, tomorrow's schedule, we are not going to be sitting in the afternoon, all right? I can tell you that. So I'm going to ask you to be here at 9 o'clock. Remember, I'm going to ask you those same questions. Same instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research. Don't watch anything. Don't listen to anything about this. I appreciate all the work you've done so far. I appreciate all your time. And so I'm going to ask you to follow those and continue to follow those instructions. And I'll see you tomorrow morning, and we'll get right back to the case. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. Please close the notebooks. Place them on the chairs.
right. So anything we need to address at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No. All right, so like I said, the schedule tomorrow will start at 9 o'clock. We'll go until 1 o'clock, and then we will not sit tomorrow afternoon. So with that, everybody has a nice evening. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
What stands at recess?